Hoi. 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 Hoi hoi. It's your local internet cat boy here. Kumi. Hi. How's it going, everybody? Hardy. Hey, it's this guy. Hi, Kuma. Hi. Hoi. What? And what? How do you time it this well? Actually, is there a big delay when you like redeem it, and like between the redeem and the throw, or do you like have to time it? Because it happened on my end pretty much almost instantly, like a bullet drop. Oh, Gender 2. Okay, but so you still kind of have to like predict it, but you know, that's pretty cool. Also, hi Intaru. Wait. How you guys be? You be trimming your nails? They got too long, made me mistype words so many times. I have to trim my nails every now and then if I want to play guitar. So I feel you there. Can't play well. Depends on the delay between stream and the viewer. That's true. That's a good point. Good point, Akuma. God guides my cheese. The righteous cheese. But yeah, how's it going? So I was supposed to start streaming this yesterday, but I was finding so many different things. Everything was giving me hell. I hate technical difficulties. And I couldn't figure out how to simply just download the, like, I think that was the thing that broke me. Was I was supposed to install Visual Studio on my other PC, and it just wouldn't do it. It just wouldn't download it, no matter what I did. And I stressed out, and I had to take a break. Now, if I later I realized, after I calmed down, I realized that I can just download it on my other PC and just send it through Discord, the installation file. And that was like, that's just the one thing that broke me. But like, everything was fighting me. Google was fighting me. I don't know. Anyway, it should work now. Fingers crossed. Everything should work now. Don't know how long I'll be here. I'm passing out here and there. That's fine, Taro. That's completely fine. Always appreciate just people coming by and saying hi. You know. But I know you you're here quite a lot, you know. Don't even worry about it. Also, what 15 stream streak? Pizza. I have some. What did I buy? I bought French fries and meatballs I can eat after stream. Quick and easy. Throw them in the oven. Eat. Anyway. Like I said, everything should work now. And to test it, now this part is a little omitted, because I already made the project just to see if, you know, like, it works. And it works. But it's an empty project with only one custom monobehavior script made. So I'm gonna show that in a bit. Hi Faris. I'm doing pretty good. How's you? Good, I love balls, am I right? Yeah, I was having so much technical difficulties already. They're fixed now, thankfully. You finally beat Hollow Knight. Whoever does that game with no hits should be a fighter pilot. I still need to play that. I have to see how much it's gonna be on the winter sale. I'll see. There's a challenge where you need to beat 46 bosses in a row and you can't get through it. In a row. That sounds like that one Neo 2 level where you had to beat basically every boss in the game. Like a gauntlet. Boss and enemy. I like that. You get a rest bot every 5 to 10. Yeah, that sounds like that, like gauntlet kind of type. But it wasn't, I think it wasn't that extreme. But anyway. Okay. Let me switch my screen. I have a different playlist I want to use for this. So let's mute that. And bring this one in. I'll have this pretty low because it's supposed to be just like filling the background audio on Twitch. Here we go. Hold on, I'll bring the window in just a few seconds. As I change my monitor. I'm gonna be doing some video game making. I'm not a professional, but I really want to try my hand at this. Here's Unity. Boom. And here's Visual Studio. Oh shit, it got stuck. Boom. My 2 programs. Also, I am from Finland. In the cold north. Where it's cold. Are you a painter? I can sort of doodle, but I'm not like I'm not the best artist. Give me a sec. I think for this one, because there's a lot of UI here, I might hide the chat. Or maybe we can just move it. Let's see. If I can find it. But if I put it there. Is that gonna be in the way? Let's just see. Most cuddly Finnish cutie around. Ooh. At this hour. And this is my thingy. I'm gonna shrink myself just a little bit so you guys can see the right side of the screen, because there's gonna be stuff there. Like for example, if I wait, wrong mouse, hold on. So for example, if I click the main camera here, you can see all the info here. I usually have this hierarchy next to here. Actually, let's do it how I usually do it, and I can move the chat. This is how I usually set this up. And that means we could move the chat all the way over here. Roughly. Bam. What are my talents? Your talents are invention and drawing. I would say I'm sort of good with music. And I like coding a little bit, and 3D modeling is super fun. Although I have done pixel art myself, so I can't do that. Also, is this bar supposed to be white? Why is this bar white? I don't know. Anyway, so I started, this project is just an empty, it's still called core, but it's a blank 3D URP, which is Universal Render Pipeline. That's just the way the engine renders graphics, basically. Other than that, it's just blank, empty, nothing's being changed here on the project. I can move here. It does come with like a default skybox, a global volume, directional light, that's like the sunlight. I think if you rotate that, it rotates the sun as well and creates that kind of, but you know. And there's the main camera. That's what the game is gonna see. And we can see that over here. I can even like split that so we can see both. Currently nothing's in the scene, so it's a little hard to tell what's happening. Let me switch these. Oh god, I popped it out. Hold on. Pop in. Pop in. What is happening? Hold on. I closed it. Windows. Panels. Viewport. Hold on. UI, search, general, game. Oh, there we go. Okay. This is what I wanted. There we go. So over here, this is like what we have in the scene. I can create, let's create like, this is for basic testing. Let's just create a plane. That's going to be the floor. Let's call it ground. And what I like to do is let's create a folder here, and it's called materials. We're going to create a new material, and it's called that ground 2. And drag that in. And actually, let me click here, because the ground here is not in the center, so I can reset that. Now that's in the world 0, 0, 0 position. Hold on, let me fly over here. Let's make that, should we make that a little bigger? Let's make it slightly bigger, so not on, so I'm gonna scale that 2 in the X and Z axis. And now when I click here, I can quickly just assign a checkerboard pattern. And we have to increase the tiling. I forgot what the number is, but it's probably, we can just find it like this. It's 10. 10 by 10. And then I'll slightly change the color. Let's make it like a little bluish. I like that. Bam! Now we have something here. So if I grab this camera and I start moving it, that's what the player is gonna see. And our view is gonna be something like this probably, because it's a top-down sort of thingy. Let's just keep it there for now, roughly. This is not this isn't gonna be the final one. We can change that. How high we're having it. It's kind of hard to say, because I feel like if we look at the game screen here, right? This doesn't look too bad size-wise, right? I feel like our character would be about 1 tile in size. So we could be a little closer, maybe. Roughly. I'm reading you fast. I got no idea what I'm looking at. I'll try to explain as I go, but you know, this isn't like a tutorial series. It's more like I'm just doing stuff, you know. If that makes sense. Anyway, we have nothing here on the scene, so let's create an empty. Let's call this player for now. Let me reset the transform so it's in the 0 point. And the player is currently just a point in the world. There's no visual representation to it. So we can create a child object to it. I could make a capsule. And then we'll just call this like mesh. This is like the visual. And I'm gonna position this high up. I think I need to make it 1, so it's like neatly there. It comes with the mesh render, that's the thingy that draws it, and a capsule collider. That's the collider. That's like, you know, a basic collider for colliding. You know what I mean. Anyway, and then I think if we want to, actually, do we want to move this guy in physics? He does need to turn, like, bump into walls. So maybe we need a rigid body. Rigid body is basically like a Unity's own, like, way of moving physics-based objects, I think. I do want to freeze rotations on X, Y, and Z, because if we bump into anything physically, we're just gonna start spinning out of control. Okay, Ferris. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you have a good night's sleep. Anyway, that's our player. Now, if I hit play, I think nothing's gonna happen. We can see this is the play one, and this is our... I can, even during play mode, I can grab this and like move it, but we're using gravity, so it's already like trying to drop it. Now if I enable the, like, untick these freeze rotations and slightly turn it, I'm just gonna do that. Yeah, so rigid body also comes with mass, linear damping, angular damping, like dampening, all that stuff. But I think that's gonna work for now. Next, I'll keep that blank script I made for now. Let's also make a folder called script. And in here, I'm gonna make a mono behavior script. I suppose the first thing we want to do is get the player moving. So this could be like, you could call it player controller. Let's call it that. And we can either drag, well, hold on, it's gonna compile that in. We can either drag it here like this, or we can go here and type anything we want to add. And since that's a script added to our project, we can find it under player controller. Now this object has rigid body, the script, and its child has the collider and the visuals, the mesh. Okay. Where's my taskbar? I forgot I disabled it on that window. Actually, hold on, I didn't open it. I can just double click this. We can open this. This is the scary part. WAS a numpad 2 for movement. I mean, you could do that. I hope I remember how there was a quick and easy way how to use like project-wide settings. So let's see. I don't know if I can explain coding too well. I'm using C#. But basically, this is the class, right? This is our entire class. Class. So it's a script. It is called player controller, and it derives from a behavior, which is like a Unity class. So I get some functionality from this class. We could also make a new script called like player controller 2, and we could derive from this one that we just made, and it would get most stuff that this has. Oh my god, you're right. The chat box doesn't work on this one. You're right. Should I just leave it here at the bottom? No, that's going to be in the way as well. Hold on. If we go back here, would it just be okay if I leave it like down here? Would that work? Okay, let's leave it there. I'll shrink it ever so slightly. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. I actually did not notice that. Okay, where's my mouse? There we go. I'm actually gonna zoom in a little bit so it's easier to see. Oh, they changed how this is written. Start is called once before the first execution of update after the mono behavior is created. So usually these brackets mean that that's like the block of the code. And once that block is done, it's gonna move to the next thing, basically. Update is the one that, like it says here, is called once per frame. So this is usually where you want to have most things happen. I don't know how physics-based this game is going to be. Technically, it's very simple, so we could just use like a simple character controller or something instead of using a physics-based one. Because there's update, but there's also fixed update, which is it updates once every physics frame, I think. Hi Eves, how's it going? Hoi hoi. Hoi hoi. Anyway, I'm gonna delete all this. First things first, delete everything. Delete the default Blender cube. Yeah, we could go simple first. Actually, there is the Unity's own character controller we could also use. Character controller. Well, maybe we could use that instead of a rigid body. We could try that. I just have to. This is like a Unity's pre-built character controller. It has some different functionality. I don't know. There's probably okay. This game doesn't have stairs or going up and down. I think. So we could safely use this. You're just basically colliding with walls. It's pretty flat. Since it's a top-down anyway. Yeah. So, is this the center? Yeah, that's the collider box, so I wanna increase it here. I wonder if this also stops us from spinning. Well, let's try that. Anyway, back to code. Oh yeah, this is gonna be top-down. So, I need some sort of a reference to the character controller. So I can go, do I want to assign it manually? No. Let's just go private. So it doesn't show like other, I'm going to simplify this a lot, but other scripts don't have access to that. Character controller. Is it this one? Yeah. And we're gonna call it underscore cc. And then in the awake method, it's called when the script instance is being loaded. So this happens even before start. We're gonna go underscore cc equals, oh my god, it's pre-filling that, get component character controller. I've actually been using like an older version of Visual Studio, so this is crazy to see. Anyway, what this does is it just gets the component from the same object and assigns it to that. So now we have a reference to it. Yeah. Next up, how do we move this? Let me quickly see. Let's make a regular update, and I want to see if we type like, I wonder if there's a way to remove these references. I generally don't care about that myself. Code lens options. What if I disable it? Yeah, I prefer it like that. This is me. And that's the other script. I can close that. Just more compact, if anything. So let me just see. cc dot, I can see what kind of codes it has here. Let's try, does it have something like move? I'm a little bit on the way, but it says supplies the movement of game object with an attached character control component. It just takes a vector 3 that is motion. There's also a simple move, moves the character with speed. Let's try move. And all it needed was a vector 3 motion. Is it just the direction? I wonder how. Oh my god, what is this auto? No, that is not what I'm looking for. I just want to make let's make a vector 3 called new motion. Whoa, okay. It's taking my position. Let's just try giving it vector 3 dot forward. So that's gonna give the world forward. And sure, let's go time dot delta time. So that's gonna apply it over time, I think. The interval in seconds from the last frame to the current one. So it's not a constant one. And then I just supplied the new motion here as a value. Now let's see how that works. I'm just gonna hit play and pray. Hey, look at that. There you go. Just gonna go over that cliff. Okay. Oh, I wonder if for this one you had to create your own gravity. There he goes. Anyway. Hey, that worked. That worked. First bug. No, it actually worked exactly as intended. Now hold on, I'm trying to think how I created this in the other project. Because there's a way to read like project-wide settings. I could try if... I think I might have to using Unity, is it dot input? No, Unity engine dot input system. That's just gonna give me access to more code. Fix bug, create more bug. You squish one bug and 100 run away from him. That's usually the case though. Okay, let's see. So input system dot default, no, it actions dot default no, it's not that. Input system dot, let's see what we have. Devices, metrics, there's a way to access the settings, maybe. Let's try that. Settings, default, button press, default, tap, no. Input system dot actions dot findings dot default. No. I can't remember this one. Action maps. Okay, let's rely on good old Google for this. Unity, how to use project-wide input settings through code. Let's see. Sorry, this is white. That's the problem with Unity's site. There's no dark mode. Input system dot actions dot find. Does it just work for that? Maybe. Input system actions find action. Let's try that. Is it that simple? Find action. And let's call it move. I think that's the default name. So if the move dot read value vector 2, so that's 2 values, is, no, do I even have to read this? I forgot how I did that. So what you could do here is you could like check if it's being pressed and then move the character. You could also, there's a way to out that, but I'm not like, that's, I haven't done that too much, so I'm not 100% sure how to out that. So reading that, I could go like just assign it. So I could do like vector 2 and call this move direction. And then I could be, I don't even need an if statement. I could just move direction equals find action move. And then I just apply that to it. That works. So we're taking the input action move and applying that to move direction. And then we don't even need this one anymore. We can just go move direction. I can remove that whole line there. Move direction dot, let's expose to one. Expose something here. You could make a public one. That way it would show up in the editor. But I like making serialize field, so it's I can still have it private. And I can call this one, this is going to be a float, which is a number that has decimals. And I can just go move speed. So we can go our move direction. Actually, I think we want to... we can go dot normalized or normalize. What's the difference? We're changing the normalized vector based on the current vector. The normalized vector has a magnitude of 1. Let's just normalize it. No, that's a... wait, what? It takes a motion. Then it's normalized. Times our move speed times time dot delta time, so it's over time. I realize I'm slightly blocking the script, so I'll shrink it a little bit. Now let's see. Oh, that's Google. I need this one. And now that we made that serialized field move speed, we can see it here. I'm gonna just give it a default of like 10 maybe. And just to double check, I think this is the default input actions. There's some like default ones. You can change and add these or whatever. But we got move here. And it accepts left stick gamepad, WASD, XR controllers for VR, and a joystick. That works. You can add stuff here if you want or remove. It's a vector too, so that should work. It just has to be written exactly like that. So lowercase, wait, capital MOVE. Okay. This should work. Actually, hold on. I have made a terrible mistake. A simple mistake, really, but a mistake nonetheless. Also, I'm gonna get this console thingy here, and I'm gonna split it here to the side. I'm gonna be slightly on top of it, but that's fine. That's fine. Okay, let me stop that. So our issue here is I'm reading the vector 2, right? So it's a 2-axis, x and y, and it's like generated based on the WASD for my case here. But I'm trying to apply it into a vector 3, which is XYZ. So I'm only moving my character into X and Y. Wait, is there an easy way of reading this then? I suppose I could just make a vector 3 and call this. Let's change these. This is actually going to be called move input. And this is going to be called move direction. And that's going to be a new vector 3. And then we can give it some stuff. So the X, wait. Where's the, is my UI just covering that? Oh yeah, there we go. So you can see it just needs an X, Y, and Z specifically. So we're gonna get our move input.x for the X. And then for the Y, we're just gonna, instead of giving it a 0, I'm just gonna give it, or should we give it a 0? Let's give it a 0. I was gonna give it the player's current height, but, or Y position, but no, that's fine. And then move input dot Y is gonna be used for the Z axis. And then I changed this when I renamed them, so let's change that back. That should work. Also, my character was really fast. But I guess that's fine. Let's see now. The camera is currently not attached to our character. Whee! Look at that. Be fast. I don't want to attach the camera to the character, or do I? What are your guys' thoughts on this? Would you rather have the camera follow the player like instantly, like as the player moves, or would you rather have it so that the camera like follows the player just a little, like for example, if it's over here, it would just follow the player slightly delayed, a little smoothed. I kind of like the smoothed idea, but what do you guys think? What are your thoughts on this? I can see both working though. You would prefer instant, Artie. So it's like fixed on the character. I could do both options. That's true. If we're gonna do that, we could just use the same way. And instead of making the camera a child of the player, we could just create a script and make it follow that. So let's just call this camera follow. Oh my god. I'm getting 2 million errors. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. What do we need? We need a... Oh god, I pushed the wrong button. I'm gonna make a... Oh, I have to delete that all first. Serialized field, private. We're gonna make a transform. And call it underscore follow target. And then in update, maybe update? Yeah, let's go update instead of fixed update. We're just gonna go game object, which is this one, lowercase. Dot, or can I apply that transform dot position equals? Oh, it's already giving me the follow target position. Now it would be instant, but let's add some like options to it. Serialized field, private float. Let's call this follow speed. Now let me think. If we just assign the position to it, is this where a lerp would come in handy or something? What happens if we take our position and plus... Do we just make a target vector? So it would be like target position minus our position. Times follow speed times time dot delta time. And then put these in brackets. Is that gonna work? Maybe it has to be plus. So our current position plus a vector from the target to us, so it's gonna be the opposite, right? Times follow speed times time dot delta time. Let's see if that works. It's always fun to experiment. What are these errors? I forgot to give the, it's gonna give me a Oh, never mind. The script is not on the field, so it's not going to give me any errors. Camera follow to the camera, and the target is going to be player. It's going to get the transform, and let's just put like the same 10 as follow speed. Why not? See what happens. Huh. I actually probably should have known that. So, as you can see, it is following the player. And delayed. Ooh, that looks kind of nice, actually. The problem is, it changed its position. There's a couple of ways we could fix this, and I think I'm just gonna create an empty parent to the camera. Call this camera. Reset this transform so it's at the floor. And then the child is gonna be the offset. Right? So now if we move the parent, is it local? Global. Why is it over there? Nani? Why did it move that there? Am I missing something? Let's remove that. They're both now at 0. Let's get the global. If I move this up, why is it over there? Pivot? Oh, there we go. Now it's at the origin point. Sorry about that. So now if we move this parent object, it's still going to keep the camera up there. So this is going to be the... I guess we could just rename this. No, let's just keep it the same name. We know it's the offset. And then ever so slightly backwards. Let's reset this one so we can get a better look. We want it to be maybe somewhere there. I think that alone should fix it. No, it won't, because this needs to be copy component. We're gonna add it here. Camera follow, and then paste component as values. Wait, what? Bam. Remove it from this one. Now this is the parent is going to be the one doing the following. Yo, okay. So this is near instant, but let's see what happens if we change the speed. Let's make it slower. That's pretty cool. It caps out though. That's too much, I think, but that looks interesting. What if we make it even faster? Okay, it's now 100. Looks a little janky at maximum, but maybe it's my movement speed or the movement that's making it janky, because I'm like keyboard instant stop. I feel like there's a sweet spot somewhere below 10. Let's try like 7. I wonder if this would, you know, like what I also think, like if you dash and the camera follows you a little like slower from the back, I think that could create an even bigger feeling of like movement. But you know, like what I mean by like the camera following you. Delayed. I kind of like that. I think I need just a little bit more, so we are at 7. Let's try like 8. Okay, this one I quite like. So 8 could work. Hey. Now let's also try something and see how the collision works with the default one. So I'm gonna make some super simple cubes. Let's call this a wall. Reset position. They have to be, I think, 0.1 off. No. How tall should the walls be if our character is that? I'm thinking maybe 3. Is that too tall? Like if you see the walls being like that size? Or maybe even more. No, maybe. Let's try 4. It would be roughly that. Let's go with 4 actually. So we are gonna be half the wall height. In general, there's gonna be other stuff that's gonna also play into that. But let's just make a super simple like wall here. Yeah, you're not gonna see the ceiling at any given point. Let's make that like 6. Do it like that. I just want to see how the collision works, and I could just easily duplicate that. And let's just put one on both sides. Like that. You do indeed collide with it. It do be colliding. Our game is very simple, so that could just work for us. That's all we really need. Yeah, like the walls still look relatively short. Also, I might make them even thinner depending. We'll see. We'll see how we're gonna do it. There might also be like some maybe like darkness outside the arena, like the play area. Possibly. What else? Wait. Let's refer to our guidelines we did last time. Top-down 2D. Choose level, defeat enemies. Movement, dash. Just interact for doors and stuff. Thank you for the help, Chick DJ. And let me stretch. Yeah. How's the game making going? Pretty good. We're at the very beginning, but this is what we got. I'm providing sound effects. Boing, boing, boing. Conk, 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 conk. We made a little simple camera follow thingy. But yeah. Pill gaming. Great pill. Yeah. In the end, the final product that's gonna be a flat sprite. So we have to like mess around with the camera angles and stuff. Let me try this. I'm gonna make another empty child to the camera, and this is gonna be called what is this called? Is this yaw or pitch? Let's just call it angle offset. And the camera is gonna be, let's reset that. Bring that up about 5. And we're gonna, whoops, let me increase that so we can see better. I'm gonna, which axis? It's this one. So we're gonna tilt that 90 degrees looking straight down. And we're gonna make that main camera the child of this. So now when we move this, we're gonna get this. Anyway, I think the camera needs to be further away, so let's see. Maybe like 8. Let's rotate the offset. Even further. 10. Maybe I'll say 12. Okay, 12. And then we can use this angle offset now. I like this as a feature already. Switch to a side view. But yeah, with this we can like find the perfect angle we want to use. Let's try -25 for now. Because in the end, the player is going to be rotated like slightly like this, so the player sprite looks like it's facing the camera. But there's a couple of issues with that I have to figure out. Mainly, so if the player is tilted like this, and we walk like in front of a wall, we have to be careful our sprite doesn't go through the wall. But we could probably like draw the sprite in front, but then we also have to be careful that our sprite doesn't get drawn in front when we're behind a wall. So I'm guessing there's like ways of doing that probably. Maybe based on the distance, like whichever is closer. I don't know. We'll see. Right, rotate that back. What else should we do? I kind of want to do some kind of dash. Bro's thinking. Hi, Mark. I'll be thinking like crazy. A billboard shader. My card sticks down. Yeah, I think that might be it. A billboard shader that just faces the camera. Basically. Don't hurt yourself. Too late. My head is already on fire. Let's just do a little organization here. Call this like obstacles. Reset transform, and let's put the walls underneath it. Just a little categorization. Sometimes I also like to just create an empty. Name it like dash space, dash space, dash space. Then disable that, and that now we have a free like line spacer here, right? And I can just duplicate that. And you can even type the category there if you want, if you so choose. Can I make that bigger? No, I can't. Is this a parkour game? No, this is going to be a top-down sort of hack and slash action type. Basically. Let's put the ground underneath there too. And I can move the obstacles up here. Kitty cat parkour game. I feel like if you made a parkour game, you would need more advanced like character controller so you can read the surfaces of where you touch and land. I'm just using the default Unity for this. Hit me up when you need playtesters. Will do. Okay, so we have the player here. I guess I could move the camera down there too because it's now an object. Whoops. We're moving in the world. And we have the global volume, directional light, and obstacles up there. That works. Tell RD he's a cutie. RD, you a cutie. Hi, Mr. Elwayne. As you already did the most important job. Bean. Yeah. We have a bean. I wonder if there's a way... Wait, whoops. Oh, I keep mixing these up. I think I usually have the game window on the right side for myself. That's fine. I wonder if we could quickly... Wait, do we need a capsule collider since we have the... Let's test. I'll just disable... Wait, no, that's the wrong one. I'll disable the capsule collider because we already have the character controller. Let's see what happens. Nope, it still works. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Okay, so we don't need that. I'm gonna do something really dumb here. And we're just gonna flatten him. Bam. E flat. What is the reasoning for Unity? C#, and I have experience with it. Unlike Godot, which I have zero experience, and it uses, I think he uses a node system, so it's a little different. You can go into negative thickness. You can, it's just gonna like invert itself. Basically. Boing, 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 boing. It's gonna look really funny because we're not tilting. Unless we just tilt it here. I could do that. Although it's gonna tilt it from the center, so I guess I could do another create empty parent and tilt it from there. Bow, bow, bow. That shouldn't have any collisions. Yeah, this is what's gonna happen now. It works, but it's just gonna slice through. Shoot, 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 shoot. But hey, it's facing the camera. Whatever. Yeah, I like the orange. Yeah. I look away for 2 seconds to eat my sandwich and bro turned flat. I'm flat. Okay. I suppose we could this is the camera controller. I guess we could make some sort of like, was sprinting a thingy we defined? No, but we made a dash. I'm not sure about parry. We'll see. We'll see how this is gonna go. down the line. We could try making a swing, but that needs an animation as well. I guess I could just record it, unless I just make a code-based animation where it just rotates the sword. How do we even want to make this attack? I guess before that, we should really make an enemy. I did make a couple of states, so I don't know if I'm going to make any sort of state machines for them. Or if it's just going to be a very simple stuff. Banana. I don't think there's any point to making the level selections or anything yet. I guess we could just try making the enemy quick. Oh, that's not that. That's the wrong one. So we can start creating some sort of like interaction. Let's create an empty, call this, and let's just call it an enemy. This is very simple so far. Reset possession. And I think I'll... Wait. Is it fine to have enemies use a character controller as well? Let's just Google this. Because I don't know. Unity. Can I use multiple character controllers? Or let's just ask that. I don't think that should be an issue, right? Can my enemies use Unity's character controller? I don't get any AI answers, interestingly. Let's just quickly read one single Reddit post and make, final judgments. Character enemies might have... The ideal is to have a separate script that handles the input. Wait. I should use a rigid party or character control for the enemies. It is possible to use it on enemies and even recommended because it will give you a layer of polish on their movement behaviors. So it is fine to use that on more than one. Right, okay. I closed the entire browser. I'm so smart. Oh no. Right, so that's gonna handle our movement. So let's add that. Character controller. Offset by 1, so it's on the surface. Let's move you just a little bit. Go over there. And let's give you like just the same capsule as a visual so we can tell easier. I don't know if I should have made myself even flat yet. Mesh. No capsule collider, thank you. Wait. No, I might need that. Depending how we calculate the hits. I feel like that should be... Wait, unless... So I'm going to do a swing and I'm going to check if any colliders hit that swing area or attack area. And we're going to look for something on a specific layer, I assume. So they need at least a trigger, maybe a collider. Or like a solid. Unless, I don't know if you can get info of collision from a character controller. Maybe that's a thing. For now, let me turn that off. And to differentiate them, let's just make like a new material and just call it enemy. It's gonna be like red. That's evil color. Let's see what happens if I play now. Do they collide with each other? They do. Boing. There's a little bit of a pushback because they're like circular colliders, and if I run into them, and even if I'm like slightly to the side, it's gonna start sliding along them. But I suppose that's fine. What we could do is reduce their size even more, so you can't go that close. But for now, that's fine. Yeah, let's actually return our character back. Let's just call that offset for now. You're gonna be whole again. I guess we can make a color player. And you're gonna be green. Make it a little light green like that. Pills. So now we have that. Let me think. Do I want to make what level of a character controller do we want to make? Like state machine. Your sandwich is finished. Was it delicious? What did you have on it? Repeal Smith. Thank you. Thank you, Artie. It's all in your tummy. Let's see. Actually, what kind of enemies do we have? Spawner. Some of these need special functionality. What's the easiest way to make multiple of these? Because we have ability here. I guess that would be for the spawner. And support would use abilities. I think that covers all of it. Your sandwich had capicola, ham, salami, and pepperoni with white American cheese and mayo. That's a very meaty sandwich. Holy moly. Toasted too. Toasty sandwich. It's from a pizza place. That's pretty cool. Pizza sandwich. Sandwich is basically a pizza. If you just add ketchup. Bum, 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 bum. Idle roaming guarding. Would those be different behaviors? No. Maybe. Planning. Why did we add planning? Hold on, I'm trying to recall my thought process back then. Planning was so they would stop and figure out their next movement. And the position itself is where they start going to the next position, or like wherever they want to walk. I guess that should just be walking or moving. Moving. And there's attack, but they might have multiple attacks. Artificial Arbinorans. Okay, Artie. I forgot how the state machines were made. This is something I'm not like, I've done a few times, but I have the vaguest, the haziest of recollection of how I did that. I suppose. If we call it enemy controller, that's in line with our player controller. But does enemy controller word give the implication that it's like controlling all the enemies? Well, that would be like a director. Hi, Chief's back. How's it going? Continue. Welcome back, Artie. Let's call it enemy controller for now. I already built that up. What are these errors? Usually if the error goes away just by hitting clear, you're fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. A little bit of full cat suit. Sure. Give me a sec. Where is it? There you go. Let's see. Latex GameDev. Yeah. I suppose we would need. Would it be too dumb if I just make all the states just No, because I think different enemies would need different implementations of each state. Would they? Unless I just fill the attack with an attack type script. If it works, it's not dumb. That's your motto. That's a good motto. Thank you, job. Have you seen Undertale's code? No, actually, I've never looked at that. Let's try it with that. 15 streams, holy moly. Thank you for the 15 streams, Ketchup. Let's see. I'm like trying to form this in my brain at the same time. Undertale code is a bit of a mess, but it works. I bet that. Well, let's try that. Let's try what I thought. So, right, before we do this, let's go back to the editor. Thank you for the 2 million error messages. And let's create another script. Wait, hold on. You can make a scriptable object already. That's kind of what I want to make, right? Because then I could input, like, just put whatever they have as attacks. Maybe that's not relevant yet. Maybe we just do the hit part. Yeah, let's do the hit part first. So let me make a new script that's called damageable. Hittable? Maybe hittable. Hitable. Sure. Thank you for these errors. What is happening? Classic Unity. Anyway, I think this isn't supposed to be a mono behavior. Wait, let's double check so I'm doing this right. Unity. Implementing a, what is this called? Interface. This is for medium. I just need some like super quick answers. You're just digging it away? Exactly. Oh, it has to be a public interface. Oh. Hi, Linux. Yeah, I'm at a point where I'm trying to make some stuff in Unity now. I think this has to be interface. So now this is an interface called iHitable. Right. And then this could have a public method of.
Hey, howdy, it's your boy Goofy, the goofiest goofer to ever goof. Now, I know we all love supporting our shiny, cute boyo, but you gotta remember to take care of yourselves, too. Get up, get a snack, water, stretch, and take your meds. Remember, pal, I'm pulling for you. Goofy out.
Is Hitable better? Maybe not. I don't think that's proper English, unfortunately. This is kind of weird too, because it's like there's one T. Hittable. That works. Yeah, so this would be for triggering a hit. I would just have it, I think, was it like comma AI hittable? That's how you implement it, an interface. This would just be for like any target that has this can be hit. And whatever the hit would do to them. But I could, but I want to like be able to hit all sorts of objects, enemies.
Whoa,
and
Goofy, you didn't
objects.
break. Congrats, buddy. Let's go get some creamies to celebrate. Yum, yum, yum in my Nick Cage tummy.
Yummy, yummy, yummy in my Nick Cage tummy. My only issue is, isn't this dependent on like... No, wait, is interface something I have to implement? So if right, that's how that works. So if, for example, if I make a public method called getHit. Wait, it has to be void because it's not returning anything. Can I just do that? Leave it empty? Wait, no, that needs a block, right? And then if I go back to here, no, it's not giving me errors. Was there a way to make it force implemented? Oh, it's abstract. Oh, thank you, thank you. So it would be, is it public abstract or abstract? Abstract. Can declare a body because it is marked abstract. No body. So it would be this. And now this has to implement it. Ah, there we go. I see. This is how this works. And now any enemy can just determine what they want to do when they get hit. Or object. Thank you, Lex. It's been a minute since I used this. I don't necessarily need that. Right, that's the get hit. I guess we could just make a little something to show that we got hit. Let's do something really dumb. Let's do serialized field. And let's get the private transform. And this is let's just call it mesh. And we're gonna, anytime we get hit, we're gonna go mesh dot local scale equals wait, I could go minus equals minus equals I guess does it have to be a vector? Yeah. New v3 0.1 0.1 0.1. So I think anytime we're gonna get hit, it's gonna shrink as just a tiny little bit. Oops, not that one. This one. And our enemy needs the enemy controller. And the mesh is gonna be this one. Now we need something that calls it. The baby girl. For your interfaces is more for general purposes like spawnable, disposable, etc. I suppose there's many ways you can implement them. So let me go for the sleeveless version now. Bam. Cool down. Okay. Right. In order to call that, we could just... Let's try doing this, because this is how I'm thinking I should be doing it in the end. Because the swings are going to be super fast on the actual game. So we could just do a simple, like... I guess like a... Maybe a sphere check? Yeah, let's do that. Wrong one. So in the player controller, we could do a... Let's do a new private... Is this gonna return anything? Let's keep it void for now. It's gonna be void. Let's call it let's just call it sphere check for now. And then we're gonna do if. Is it under math? No. Raycast? It's raycast, right? No. Is it called a spherecast? Sphere check? Is that a new one? Sphere check? What do you do, sphere check? Let's go back here. Unity sphere cast. Is this okay? This is probably my version. Sphere cast. It's physics. Physics. Okay. That makes sense. Physics dot sphere cast. It's gonna need an origin point for the sphere cast. I just realized we're not rotating our character yet. So we could just do it. Can I do, is vector, is there backward? One, left, forward. What's the, oh, back. So it's gonna be one tile back from us. Wait, that's just from the world. I could actually just do it like this. I'll just do a little point I can move here just to see if this works. Private transform check transform. So it's gonna be on the point of the check transform. Wait, now it's saying it's radius first. Oh, because I was using that. Right. So that's another override for it. Center of the sphere at the start of the sweep. Radius of the sphere. In this example, they're using, I mean, they take the hit first of all, and then they do P1 is transform position plus character controller center. If physics sphere cast 0.1 character controller height divided by 2. That's the radius. Transform forward. What is that? Max distance? So 1. Out hit. No, this is a... Oh, there's multiple ones. But yeah. Let's just try that. I'm not gonna do a collider check because it's just gonna be a little check. It's gonna be an instant check for if the attack hit. It's not like if you bumped into the, you know, enemy. Okay, Mysterio. Good night. Sleep well. Personally, you prioritize raycast because fearcast is very CPU heavy. I don't think I should really concern myself too much with if it's like super heavy, because it's gonna be only done like every now and then. I think. You know, I will change this later probably. I just want to see if this works. So the radius is gonna be, we just put 1, and then max distance. How does this even work actually? Why does it need a max distance? Length of the cast? Isn't this just a little sphere check? We need the sphere check. No, is this doing like a sweeping motion? Please. Cast a sphere along a ray. No, this is not what I want. I needed the one that spawns, or like detects an area on a point. This is actually not it. Is it sphere check? Check sphere. Returns true if there are any colliders overlapping the sphere defined by position rate. This is the one I need. Oh my god. Okay, check sphere. I was like, why is it this complex? Check sphere. That's what I need. Returns true if there are any colliders overlapping the sphere defined by position and radius in the world coordinates. But does this return said collider? Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know if this returns anything. Unity. Can you out a hit on check sphere? You cannot get hit information directly from... Dang it. I'm sorry, Unity has a pure white site. They don't have anything in there to turn it dark. Raycast. Raycast could work. Can I still perform that sphere check in the raycast somehow?
Hei Kumi, kirjoitan sinulle Google-kääntäjän.
Oh god, no.
Toivottavasti sinulla on ollut hyvä päivä ja söit herkullista pizzaa. Jos kukaan ei ole vielä kertonut, olet todella söpö ja striimisi ovat todella mukavia
This
ja
is not...
ansaitset kaiken rakkauden.
Why does he speak Finnish so well? I don't like that. I don't like that. That was not right. That was not right. Help. I'm more terrified, it's true. Wait. Overlap sphere? What does that do? Unity overlap sphere. Returns an array with all colliders touching or inside the sphere. Computes and stores colliders touching the inside of a sphere. Center of the sphere, radius of the sphere. This could work. For each collider hit. We could do that. So you can hit multiple things as well. Sorry, I have to go back. So they did like an array of colliders, and they assigned that sphere, overlap sphere to it. Okay, we can do that same. We can do colliders array. A collider array?
Hei Kumi! Kirjoitan sinulle Google-kääntäjällä. Toivottavasti sinulla on ollut hyvä päivä ja söit herkullista pizzaa. Jos kukaan ei ole vielä kertonut, olet todella söpö ja striimisi ovat todella mukavia ja ansaitset kaiken rakkauden.
Thank you. How was his finish? I think pretty equal. Pretty equal, but maybe Nick had it better slightly, ever so slightly. It just feels wrong. It's wrong. Next month is your birthday month. Happy birthday month, Bonvi. Happy birthday month next month. Hope you're doing well. I go hit colliders equals physics dot overlap sphere. Computes and stores colliders touching or inside the sphere. Position. Check. Let's change the name. And let's just call it sphere check pause. That's for position. And then radius, let's just go 1, whatever. Why is that an error? Because it's a transform. So we have to go dot position. Whole thingy turned dark. Is it because it's never used? Probably. So we get the hit colliders, right? Does this take like a layer mask as well? Whatever. That doesn't matter right now. And then we could do, that's an array, so I guess we could do an for each. I usually use lists for each, but maybe it works for that too. I can always do a for loop too. For each. My god, you're already filling it up for me. Collider. Let's go collider call in hit colliders. And we're gonna see
You're pretty smart, Kumi. Whispers? That's pretty hot.
That was so quiet. I like that whisper. Try get component. Is it component? No, it's... Is it still a component if it's hittable? I think so. And then can I get hit? Wait, Is that not how you access that? No, it's an abstract under the interface. What are we looking for here? Ball, honk honk. Abstract these nuts. What does that mean? Does it mean other people implement your nuts? Boop. Wait. There's no argument given that corresponds to the required parameter component. Maybe it's not a component. Or maybe it's just that dot. Get hit. No. Maybe it's like if try get component hittable. I don't know if that's a component. That's my issue here. It's not. Maybe it doesn't need that. Let's see what other we have. Try get. I mean, it's component. If get component. If try get component of type T, then out the T component of hittable out to, do I have to type out hittable out I hittable. I'm hittable. You wanna hit me? Hit on me. Oh. I see. I thought you had your fists up and ready, you know. Ready to throw a punch at my clown nose. Go. Honk. I'm thinking I could either wait. We're trying to find for all the colliders in the hit colliders that we filled with the overlap sphere, then we're gonna go through each one of them and see if if they have the hittable, right? And then how does this part work? Then we would like, maybe it's not if, maybe it's just try get component and the type of hittable out hit. That needs to be outed to something, right? Do I just make a new one here? Hittable. Is that how that works? Hi Tina, how's it going? You can validate this stream. All the programmers are either femboys or submissives or clowns, or all of that. Sometimes all three. Get your coding socks on. How's it going, Tina? Okay. Okay, Linux, thanks for dropping by. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful eep. Just dining. Hope food is delicious. Hope food is tolerable. Is this a wrong way of doing this? And now I'm gonna go like if eatable. Does it not work like that? Because we made a new one here. And we tried to out that there. Hold on, Google to the rescue. Unity. Try get component. Component. Out, hinge joint, hinge. Oh my god, so you need to type and then the, oh, okay. This makes sense. Huh. So this would be out. This is what the type that we're outing, and then this could be hit. Like that. That's how that works. Oh my god. Hi Hendrik. Wee. Component. That's what you call your opponent in a sex war. A game of boners and thrones. Look at all them words. So I don't need this. Go away word. I suppose this could now be an if statement. So that means it was that. And now we can go hit dot get hit. Bam. Easy. Does that make sense? Give Kumi kiss it. But be careful. Else if you startle Kumi, you're gonna get some airtime. Okay, and we need to call this too. So let's do a comment here just so we can separate. This is movement. And then this is gonna be, let's just call it sphere. I mean, we changed the name, so let's call it, let's just keep it sphere check, whatever. Check. If, how did we do it? Input system dot actions dot find action. Let's call it attack. But in these, oh, that's not, oh my god, no. Careful what you press. If that dot is pressed, then if attack is pressed, or an action called attack is pressed, then we perform sphere check. Bam. Kumi only kisses his food before he eats it. Sometimes. Have you guys ever eaten something without touching it with your lips? I've done that. You know, like when you get those, what are they called? Let me Google that quick. They're called like sugar monks. You know, like these that have like the sugar coating on them. When you eat these, and you don't want any of that on your lips, right? So you kind of have to go like, because that's like super annoying when that happens. Are these called donuts? Even the ones that don't have holes? Even the jelly-filled ones? I guess in English you call them donuts. We call these sugar monks. Yeah. Go sugar monks. Jelly-filled donut. Okay. Now, let's see if there's even an input called attack. There is. And that happens on left button and enter. Okay. Sure, save. I can change anything but save. Now the player just needs a position for the sphere check. Let's make a child. Sphere check position. Gonna be that. And now wherever we cast this, it's gonna attack or do the sphere check. Let's make it minus 1.5, so it's like right there. And now the moment of truth. Is it doing it? I can't tell. What we should really do is add some, you know, like debug.log, and be like starting sphere check. And then over here we can go like, oh, it's trying to find colliders. Actually, I don't think that enemy had a collider, but let's just make sure and go over here and go another debug.log, and it's gonna be found hittable commencing get hit. I'll take that dot out. Bam. Do you want a sip of your iced coffee? Sure. Iced coffee is pretty delicious. Or jelly nut buster donut in my secret underground area. That's a wild name. Here you go. Thank you. Let's give this guy. No, what do we have to? How do we do this? Is it enough if it's a trigger? Because this is now a child. This capsule collider is a child of the enemy that has the script. Hmm. Why do you have a captured child? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Muck. Let's remove that. And let's make another capsule collider here, I guess. Let's make it a trigger so it doesn't start fighting itself. The height is 2 for the height and offset 1. So it's exactly on the same position. It is a trigger, so I don't know if this is gonna count, but let's just see. Do these have... The walls have colliders, so that should at least happen. Okay, it happened, let's see, clear that. Let me click once. It happened 20 times. The sphere check happened 20 times. Maybe is pressed, wait, is... Was pressed this frame. Let's use that one. That should at least stop the 20, you know, on one click. Yeah, now it's happening once. It's not... It's not really doing anything. Let's try turning that into a non-trigger. Where is my characters? That's right on top. Perhaps we need to debug this further. Perhaps we need to see if... So that's creating a new one. I kind of would like to see the list. So let's do a temporary like serialized field collider array called colliders. I don't think lists you have to I don't know the English word for it anymore, but set up. Construct, no. Shit. It's weird because some terms I know in Finnish because it's shorter and easier to say. Initialize. Thank you. That's it. Yeah, like when I'm talking to my brother, for example, should I say initialize this list or alusta? I mean, I guess it's pretty much the same. I guess I just have like weird thing where I just use different words. How do you spell that? Let me type it there. Like that. That's the act of initializing. To initialize. Initialize. Pretty orange name. Okay. So instead of doing this, I think this could work if we just replace this with let's change that to hit colliders then. So that's the hit colliders, and we're gonna get that off. And underscore there. So now the list should be publicly visible. I'm finished with the finish. I've actually been learning Japanese for 2 months now. And it's starting to like slowly make sense. Ever so slowly. I'm almost done with the first lesson or part on the app I'm using. What did I do? I did the debug log. Let's see. Right. So if I click on the player, I can increase this. We hit ground mesh collider. We hit ground wall box. And we do hit the enemy. And every time we click it, we are doing the list again. You can see here at the top. So it is finding enemies and stuff. The issue is, I mean, how big is that radius? If I look at that. Oh, I can't at the same time. Unless we make a little like indicator to that. Let's make a little tiny sphere with no collision. There you go. That little tiny ball there is my point. Okay, it's one unity unit. So our radius is just, you know. Yeah, it's about there where it stops. A unit, if you will. Yeah. Or an absolute unit. I'm big dumb. I made the I made the ball when I was in play mode. Hold on. Sphere. Remove that. Scale it down to a little orb. I wanted to increase its height just a little bit. Although it is happening from the ground. Let's just increase it up just for visual sake. No, it's gonna throw me off. Decisions. That works. Right, so it is finding it. For some reason, this next part isn't happening. For each collider in coal, it never found this. Try get component. Wait, is it trying to get component on itself? So it should be cold dot try get component. I'm so sad I missed that. So we're gonna see if the collider we found has the component. Oh my god. Let's see now. If this works. Boing, 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 boing. It's gone. Oh. It went into the negative scale. Yo, the enemy is shrinking before our eyes. So that's working. And we can do anything when they get hit. This is gonna be the weirdest journey, I swear. So the enemy controller. I suppose they could have stuff like... Well, this is the point where I keep thinking if all the enemies should derive from an enemy class. That might be wise. or from this maybe. Which means I could have... But would the childs be scriptable objects? Let me think. Because then they could have like custom... No, everybody would have held. I suppose the different scriptable object would just like initialize different health maximum values and stuff. Let's try making some here. So, shit, can this be private? No. Let's just do, I generally don't like using publics too much, but yeah. Hi, Bastion. Twitch hasn't sent me notifications for you going live in weeks because it was turned off. No. Hi, Bastion. I hope you've been doing well. Damn you, Twitch. How's it going? Damn you, Twitch.television. Let's make some floats. Wait. Not floats. These need to be ints, so whole numbers. Int. Max. Yeah, we want to deal with whole numbers. Wait, it's still... Should I make it a caps lock because it's public? Max health. Or capital. And current health. Yeah. Television Tuvalu. Tuvalu? Is that what that means? I never knew, actually. Okay. So that happens when they get hit. We could start this class. Let's make in awake their, let's just type it here. Their max health is going to be, no, their I'm trying to think how to implement this for like future, well, while future proofing it, but maybe we don't have to worry too much about that. I can just type current health equals max health. So that's being set. And then get hit. I'm sure there's like a better way of, like, instead of checking the health constantly, I'm sure there's like a better way of checking. Maybe it's like get hit would call another function. A private function that is take damage. Would all of those have that? I don't know. By hittables. No, let's just do that. Take damage, and it's gonna take an int dimag. And instead of checking our health every single frame, like if we're gonna die or not, this is gonna check if no, it should be in this order. First, we're gonna reduce it because we're gonna last we're gonna check if we died. So take damage. Current health minus equals? No, it says minus damage. Wait, no, minus equals because we're assigning it. So minus equals is, I think, assigning minus to itself. So if this is 5 and damage is 1, it's gonna be 5 minus 1, so 4. And then we're gonna go if current health is less or equal to 0. So it's a negative number or 0. That means it is now dead. Then die. No. Let's just do a private void. Let's call it perish. That should work. Private void perish. So if current health is 0, then perish. I like doing that. I think some people, from what I've understood, some people say you should pretty much try to keep it so that one function has one functionality, so it's like easy to see and like debug, instead of having everything under one thing. Just have one thing do one thing. But yeah. Zara slept but in or tie up, and she corrected me error in line 4 and or statement cannot be used together. Damn. Bum, 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 bum. You get a bag of pretzels, ketchup? Salty pretzels. Take damage. Get hit. Get hit calls take damage. Although I suppose something should give the damage value. But what is it that tells it that? Well, for now, let's just put a manual number. Take 10 damage. And let's initialize the max health as like 100. So 100 health and 10 damage for each hit currently. I'm gonna disable the scale change. That kind of wait. Unless we scale. That's just a mesh. What if we make it slightly smaller? So add 1 0 there. That could still be a fun thing. Game, was it like a destroy? Removes game object, component, or asset. Destroy this. Is that enough? If I say destroy this, does it? No, it's gonna destroy the script, so it has to be game object. Pikachu. Meow 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 meow. Meow, how are you? I'm good. I'm pretty cool. How you be? Oh no, Artie's dog is getting mad at him. Let's try it with that. Does that work? Also, let's change that 100 here too. Only 5 hits. Why did it only take 5 hits? Take damage. And then after that, we can go debug.log. Enemy took plus damage. Enemy took number plus damage and has plus.
Kumi, can you give us your best joke about a pretzel, please?
A pretzel? Hold on, it's forming in my brain. Okay. What do you call... Okay, hear me out. Did you know... I'm gonna say it like this way. Did you know that the salty version of Hansel und Gretel is Hansel und Brezel? That's the salty version of that story. But maybe that was more of a pun. Oh well. Oh man. Ow. That was a horrible joke. You're welcome. You're welcome. And his current health. HP. HP remaining. That needs a space. Okay, let's see that. It's gonna print the current health so we can see. I realize I'm kind of in the way of that sometimes. Hold on, it's compiling. Gonna be in the log here. I'll read it out. It took two hits already. Enemy took 10 damage. I think it's happening twice. Okay, I know. Wait, this is probably. It's happening twice because. Or is it? We're doing the hit colliders. We're never clearing it, so is that why? Because it is triggering it twice. Maybe at this point we could just go back to the old style of creating collider array here. and using that instead of having to clear it, because I know how to I know how to clear a list, but I don't know how to do that with arrays as well. Like that easy. Maybe just making a new array. I thought that would fix it. Oh, it's still happening twice. Is it? Wait, hold on. It's giving me confusing messages. Okay, that's doing nothing. That's doing nothing. Found I-hittable comments in get hit. It's doing it twice. Don't tell me it's because it's saying like inside and outside, so it's returning it twice. No, I think it's only once in there. For each collider, try to get component. Unless we don't even need the... Is the issue now that it actually does read the character controller? And since we have the capsule collider, it's happening twice. Let's try... Oh shit. That was still running. So let's try disabling the capsule collider and see if that just works with the character controller. I assume it should. Yep. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, dead. Bam. I don't want this like spamming the damage here, so I'll just comment this for now. Hey, that worked. This whole sentence here. That's gonna destroy it. Now we have a whole life cycle for it. There's no way to spawn them yet, though. I don't know if that's important. It's been 2.5 hours. Oh my god. Is this angry at the planet? Okay. Okay, no problem, ketchup. No problem. I just realized I think the enemy scaled in the wrong scale, so let's make an empty parent and call this scale offset. Mesh. Is that gonna be the... Let's rename that better, actually. Yeah, let's call that, what do we call this? Scale offset. So now it's gonna scale, instead of scaling it from the center, it's gonna scale it down to the ground. How goes the red pill enemy beat off? It goes pretty well. We made a whole, like, now that the enemy gets hit, they take, for now, a fixed 10 damage. And they're gonna... Where is it? It's gonna be reduced from their current health. I had this like line here that was printing on the console what happens. Like enemy took damage of damage and has current health HP remaining. That worked fine. And if the health drops to 0, you perish and the object gets destroyed. Just simple stuff like that. And it gets shrunk down to the ground a little bit. Like that. Wait, no. I changed the name so it lost the reference. Scale offset. Now it should work. Boom, 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 boom. Ever so slightly. And it's only moving the capsule collider, or the character controller itself is not affected. Only the mesh. And then just gets destroyed. Just a little visual indication that it's getting shrinkage. Hashtag shrinkage. Let's call this mesh offset. Yeah, let's call this one mesh offset too. I like that. That's more descriptive of what it actually is. Bean, Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean. Ideus X Nexus. I call him Bean. Mr. Bean. Right. What's next? I think there's a whole, like, nav mesh for moving the enemy and stuff. And you need Bean. That's true. It's a triple reference. Triple reference. I think what we want to do next is think about what we want to do. Triple threat. I was gonna say I wish there was some kind of like Mr. Bean James Bond, but there kinda is, and that's Johnny English. Like the close enough, closest thing we can get. Closest thing we can get. I think we should look at our little thingy here. We do have states. Maybe we could try implementing those like as a light way here. Let's put the stage in the bottom. I know there's regions, but I'm just gonna comment this area and say state. And I was looking at words topology, and one image just made me laugh for so like 10 minutes. I like the, it's not topology, but it's the weight painting. Was it I forgot what the line was. Let me see if I can find it. Weight painting meme. Types of headaches. Migraine, hypertension, stress, weight painting. Weight painting. Anyway, that's that. Let's go back here and look at this. I need an idle state. I'm trying to think how I would do these, because having them as separate scripts would help, but I don't know how I could implement the functionality separately if they're separate scripts. I guess I could make them like... If they're their own like like idle update function and attack update functions. Maybe that could be it. But do they need more functionality? Like maybe to certain states lets you do certain stuff. No, that would still be under the... No, if they're their own scripts, then that would give us more controllability. But this is a really lightweight game, so I don't know if I need that. If they're their own update functions here, then I would call them in the update based on what state we are on, which would just be an enumerable, I think. Or enumerable. Enum. And I guess that could just be a private thing inside this. Let's go here and do a private enum state. Should we say enemy state? No, it's a private one, so state should be fine. And which one did this need? Was it the curly brackets? We're gonna have none. Are these usually capital? Maybe. None. And idle. There's also a cool thing I think you can do is if you put them like this. So I can have a bit more space here. We're gonna have idle. Let's look at our reference here. We have roaming and guarding, but that could be like... I guess some enemies would stand still more and others would be roaming. Hi Molcha. Hi. How's it going? Hoi. Well, let's implement the ones we know. Why not? We can just put them here. Why not? You know. We can have roaming, or maybe it's like specific idle type of behavior. No, idle is when you're just idle. Roaming. Guarding, it's a specific type. Then we would have planning. This is the weird one, but that's when you're like, the enemy's planning its next move. And then we have moving. I guess everything is NG, so this could be attacking. Abilitying. Abilitying. Sure. That should work, right? Abilitying. Abilitying. Is there a need for a flanking one? Honestly, good point. That's a good point, honestly. It's going fine. I've been cleaning because my landlord decided my fire alarms needed checking. Ah. Damn. They're just using that as an excuse to see what kind of stuff you got in there. Surely. I get that though. That like whole stress of that. Horrible. I'm guessing we don't need a flank because it's it should be like tied to the specific enemy probably. So we might end up doing all of these as abstract classes and just have the specific enemy implement what they want to do with these. You know. You and your landlord have aesthetic differences. You like stuff that is falling apart. I think stuff should stay attached. I can see that clash there for sure. Sometimes you want some stuff falling apart, you know? Okay, so planning is moving, attacking, moving, attacking. Do I just call it abilitying? Is that a word? When you're abilitying. I don't know. And dying. That's my state. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 states of enemies. I'm gonna write a book about it. Let's that's fine. I like leaving some gaps there just to make it more clear. None would have nothing, of course. Does it still need that? I think that still needs it. Private. Yeah, we're gonna end up changing a lot of these probably. Or maybe we should future-proof it. Maybe we go protected, abstract. I think protected means that classes that derive from this have access to it. So if it's private, I don't think even the deriving class has access to it. Void. And this is going to be called non-update. What does it need? It's abstract, but it is contained in non-abstract type enemy controller. Oh, so the whole class would have to be abstract. What if I change this? Is this probably isn't helping. No, it's not. There was another word for abstract and I can't remember it. Abstract and let's Google it super quick. Unity abstract versus, was it virtual? It might be virtual. Oh, that's still must declare a body because it is not marked abstract. Virtual abstract? Can it be marked virtual? I'm just adding all kinds of words to that. You're going to abandoned buildings to enjoy the emptiness and decryptedness. Going to construction sites gets people annoyed at me. There's something cool about going to construction sites though. You know? Something cool about that. Hardcore parkour. Do we just need like a virtual with a body? Must declare a body because it is not marked abstract, external, or partial. So what if we just give it an empty? Like that? Would that work? Let's go with that for now. And to save some space, we can just do it like that. Bam. And then this is gonna be idle update. Roaming update. Did we have move too? That was moving. Yeah. So roaming, guarding, update, planning, moving, attacking. Planning, moving, attacking. We need more. We need 2 more. I forgot. Abilitying update and dying update. Bam. That's the state. They started putting windows once they figured out you were using them as very cheap hotels. Pretty small town. Damn. How dare they? Good amount of states. I hope that works though. I'm not 100% sure on this yet. But this is a learning journey. Now let's make a new monobehavior script for now and call this... Already made it. What did we call our enemies? Spawner. Oh shit, I already created it. Wait, those are all the special enemies. I think we need a regular enemy as well. Damn it, I already created it. What do we call our basic enemies? Spawner. Big boy, flanker, archer, support. Grunt. Oh, I like that. That's a good name. Grunt. That enemy type has no special stuff. It's just cannon fodder. Let's make that new script and call it Grunt. Let's keep them all under the same enemy name starting. So it's enemy grunt. Enemy grunt. This isn't infinitely scalable, but that's fine. Finish stack. Hey, moi moi. Moi moi. Eat. I got that Finnish blood in me. That make me go moi moi. Right. Let's see if this can now derive from enemy controller. And let's see if we can try non-update. Let's see if we can implement that. So public override non-update. Public override void non-update. Must declare a body. Cannot change access modifiers when overriding protected. Okay, so let's see. I can't use protected. What if it says private? Virtual or abstract cannot be private. Okay, so this has to be public specifically. I can do a quick cool thingy here and paint all of these. Type on many lines. Hey, problem solved. Hi, Digi. The one thing that can't be overridden is your cuteness. Oh. How's it going, Digi? Also, I need to take a sip of water quick. Okay. I wonder if I could copy all of these, right? And then we go over here and I paste them like this, but the virtual rights inherited member to make a current member override. Right, it's just saying me to use override. But if I just do this and type override, bam, easy. Oh, that's good. That's good, Didi. Part of the state sting reminds you of messing with a fighting game engine's code. Oh. I actually haven't seen too much of the fighting game coding, but I totally believe that. I think they use states for enemies as well. Your model looks pretty butch compared to other Femboy streamers. How did you decide on your model? I wonder. We kind of says, RD here, artificial ignorance here, is the one who drew the model and I rigged it. So we kind of like, we had a design in mind and then I went with that. This is still my first model. This is technically the first model I ever made. So it is still, you know, it's not perfect. But hey, I like how it moves and stuff, you know. You just went with whatever design I gave. I liked as we were planning along. That's true. We kind of like winged it. There is a 2.0 in the works that I unfortunately haven't had time to work on for the longest time now. But yeah. Thank you. I kind of just rushed to get my model ready. And then I just started streaming. I just dived straight into it. And I think I started streaming like Armored Core 6. Is that or 5? Whichever the newest one is. And I just rushed to, you know, I rushed in so I could start streaming that on as soon as it came out. And I just went from there. And somehow, here we are 2 years later. 6 is the most current. Gotcha. Somehow, here we are. I wonder if we can... Oh. So there is the take damage, right? But if I make this an virtual, does it still get called? To say wait, hold on. Get hit, take damage, all of that can happen on the main one, right? Because everybody needs that. No, I think these can just stay here. Yeah. What kind of game am I making? So you can probably see I'm not like a professional developer, but I do like dabble in Unity and coding, but we're making a sort of like a top-down. This is just a, you know, I literally started the project today, but it's gonna be a top-down sort of hack and slash game. In the end, I'm just using the capsules now, but this is gonna use sprites in pixel art. I can draw in Aseprite. So the enemies and the player are going to be flat sprites, but the world is going to be 3D, but with like pixel textures. That's going to be like a 2.5D sort of kind of experience. But yeah, you just go around in a plane sort of as like a knight character. The whole project name is Cyber Knight because that's like just the, I guess the working title. And the idea is you get somehow transported into the future, into like a synth cyberpunk type style future, and then you either have to you come back all geared up and you play as this like neon light, like light, like a saber sword knight with a gun blasting your way either way. Wait, blasting your way back to the past or fighting your way back to the future or something. I'm not sure about that part yet. But yeah. I made a whole loop of it here too. Choose level, defeat enemies to gain currency, reach and defeat the gauntlet. That's the end fight on any given level. And then you use the currency to unlock more stuff like moves and whatnot, weapons. And then repeat. Bam. Gauntlet can be bosses and stuff, or just a whole bunch of enemies, I guess. That was a very complicated explanation. Hack and slash. Top down. 2.5D. Okay, I don't think I need this line here. I can remove this for now. And right, so what we need is, I suppose this could be on the same line. It doesn't take too much space. Like that. And then we're gonna have would this need to be a private? Let's make it a private state. And that's gonna be underscore state. That's gonna be the current state the enemy is in. This is just defining the states. And this is our current state. Non-comprehensive. However, the feeling I got from it is cute, and I think it might just work on that alone. Ow! Bless you. Yeah. I think the problem is this is still like I did one stream where I was going through like the whole concept here. So I have like a whole file here. And it's still mostly in my head. It's just like partial visions and whatnot. But yeah, I feel like this is gonna be like a project I'm gonna define more as I go on. Google pains you. You looked up the genre for Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past, and it put puzzle action fighting. That's not a fighting game. What? Is it? Is it? Surely not. Surely not. Okay. You got that with stories. It's gonna be fine. Just go for it. Oh. Believe. I suppose this state just doesn't have anything, so we can just shrink it like that. Moving update. Let's try to think what are the things that an enemy needs. I suppose a target. But that's something everybody needs, so it could be here in the parent class. Let's check if they have access to states actually. So let's just like open the moving update, for example. I'm gonna put that on its own line like that. Separate it from the rest. Do you have access to state? You don't have access to that. I suppose protected. Wait, let's C# protected. A protected member is accessible within its class and by derived class instances. A comparison of protected with the other. Does this show? Don't be a white side. Oh, thank God. Protected internal and private protected access modifiers. Protected member of a base class is accessible in a derived class only if the access occurs through the derived class type. For example, consider the following code segment. They have the base class has a protected int my value, and the derived class is new derived class. Base object equals new base class. Because my value can only be accessed through the derived class type, not through the base class type. Derived object dot my value. Wait, base object. New base class. The statement base generates an error because it accesses the protected member through a base class reference. Base object is of type base class. Protected members can only be accessed through the derived class type or types derived from it. Unlike private protected, the protected access modifier allows access from derived classes in any assembly. Unlike protected internal. Why did we have that error earlier then? I forgot what we were even trying to do. So, if this is protected, whoops, that's too many R's. If this is I think it needs to be protected public. Wait, no, it doesn't. What's your error? More than one protection modifier. Oh, is it because this one is private? Do both of these have to be protected? Well, the error did go away. So, state. State, can we assign it? Is the important question. Because that's what I need to do here. Is state capital dot dying. Yep. Okay, that works. Perfect. So now we have access to the state itself from the parent class. So if we want to keep that up, then we need, let's protected. Do we need to make protected? Protected variables. Yeah. Thank you for the headbat. So we're gonna need other stuff like protected. It's the eyelash Tom again. Thank you for the coding blanket and the coding Tom Cruise. I think we're just gonna make a transform. It's probably gonna be player anyway. But no, it's not. It's gonna be a point. He's helping. He's helping me see, keeping my eyelid open. Target position. I guess that could be it. That tells us it's a target position, so it's where they want to move, probably. Or a point they want to be at. So, would it work if the grunt specifically, something would determine its behavior, but what? Let me also do that. You can have the base idle update there too. So I think you can have a part of the base and then part of the derived in the same code. So let's see. Idle would be. Would they like? Maybe they would like check for enemies. Yeah, I'm guessing that's what they would do. They would check if there's an enemy around them. And I guess they would constantly keep checking for enemies in idle. Do we need roaming? Because that's just moving. But it's based on the enemy type. Unless there's like we could have grunts guarding or grunts moving around. Yeah, I think I like that they have both for guarding at least. I guess we don't really need roaming though. I'm gonna remove that. I think roaming is something we don't need because that's gonna be a specific enemy's type, you know? How do the benefits work when you're streaming? Is it gonna be an issue if I give a gift sub? Benefit? No, I don't think that should be an issue, probably. I think. Twitch does get a big cut of it, though, I think. I forgot how much, but Twitch does get like a decent chunk. Oh, thank you.
Shining cat!
Thank you for the community sub. Appreciate it. How. Shining cat. I like that little animation we did. Actually, I think I made almost all of my own like redeems and stuff just on Aseprite, so pixel art animation. I even streamed that whole process. That was a fun time. They're not perfect, but I take it. I'll take it. So thank you again, Malta, for the gift sub. Appreciate it. Right. Oh, the roaming. I was removing that. Okay, perfect. Roaming not needed. And roaming not needed. So the grunt. The grunt. I suppose like I said, every enemy should need some kind of like get hit, take damage, perish. That's something that's gonna happen to everybody. But I suppose everybody would also have a private void. Should we say look for player? Maybe that could work. That's the thing they're gonna run and look for the player. Oh my goodness. No, please don't spend your hard-earned money on your tight. I appreciate it though. No, no. I really appreciate it though. But I do hope you have enough, you know, like for yourself. How would one do this? I have the dumbest idea, and it's doing the exact same thing as we did with the like overlap sphere. But the problem is that's gonna work through walls and stuff. Wait, let's whip out the good old Windows Paint. Let me dye it black so I don't burn your eyes. You do? Okay, perfect. Perfect. Well, that's not what I wanted to do. Regard. So, here's my thingy. So, top down, right? Orange is gonna be walls. Wait, no, let's make grayish walls. So let's assume we have like a corridor like this, for example. That's like an L shape. And then we have another one like that, for example. This is just a rough sketch, right? And then the enemy is gonna be here. As his eyeballs and devil horns. Student loans are coming, but you can deal with all kinds of stuff easy. Oh, okay. That's good to hear. Let's assume that's where the enemy is, and let's say the player is over here. He's so evil. So if I do a sphere check, right? No matter how big, that means, or like overlap sphere, they're gonna see the player through the wall, which isn't ideal. What I'm thinking is, okay, this is gonna sound horrible if you think about it, but should the enemy always know where the player is? And maybe if they're in range, if they're in a certain range, you know, like that's the aggro range. Let's call it that's gonna be the aggro range. Right? And if they're within that range, then the enemy is gonna every now and then set intervals, it's gonna do a ray cast. So it's gonna do a ray cast straight to it. And oh, could hear where the player is? I like that idea, actually. My idea only was like if they're within this range, they would like just raycast, and if they see the player, then they know it's here. But I guess we could implement a feature where if you're inside the aggro range, so this area or this area, then maybe a certain like Maybe a certain like sound, like if you, maybe there could be like events or like certain triggers. So like if inside their radius something happens that creates a sound. That's not a note. How do I do a note? There you go. That's a note. A note happens. Then they're gonna be like, doodle, and they're gonna know there's a point there, and that's gonna be like where they're gonna go and investigate. Probably. And I'm guessing they would still like do like, say the enemy moves over here. Then they would keep doing the raycast, and this is where they would see them, and this is when they would actually get alerted. That's what I'm thinking. Let's try going with that first. So every enemy would need... I made these public, the health ones. And I think that's fine. Because... Or is it? Because we're just calling the get hit. These might work as protected as well. We could shove this one at the bottom here. And we could even like get these up here. And turn these into protected as well. But maybe like move them like apart just a little bit. Would that mean enemy would need like an investigate phase? Wait, they're idle, they're guarding. The planning is the one that when they're just thinking of what to do next. And they're gonna, depending on the enemy, they're gonna cycle into that planning and random intervals to kind of like replan what they're doing. Kind of try and give the enemy sort of that like beat 'em up style like enemy behavior, where they don't just straight up rush the player, but instead try to like, you know, seem a little more alive, maybe. Hopefully. We have the moving phase. Maybe they need an alerting, alerting, idling, guarding. Do they need an alert phase? Or is it easy to handle that through just like the regular states? Maybe it's easy to just handle it as is, and we just make them like a protected bool that's a yes or true or false, and that's gonna be to protect it. Maybe they're like that usually, like lower case. They're like member variables. Is alerted. It's going to default to false. I think in beat 'em ups, enemies know your position almost all times. I feel like that's true, yeah. So this is going to know where you are at all times, but it's not going to react to you until certain conditions are met. Okay, so we need a reference. Let's make it here. Serialized field. Can I make serialized field protected? Player controller. Let's get that one. Player. I can do that. There's an aggro range at times. Oh, kind of like what I'm doing too, huh? Oh yeah, some games also do the last node position. But instead of like scanning for the player, the enemy is gonna know where the player is and just do a directory cast to the player, I think. Also, this is gonna, let's go back here. I'm gonna demonstrate one more thing. That's also gonna mean that the enemies don't necessarily have like a line of sight, so the enemy isn't like this in my game, because this is a very action type game. They can come and like start greeting you. I like that idea. Like if they hear something, they're gonna go and investigate. But they don't have cones or any like direction. So even if you walk up from behind them, that's gonna aggro them. And I think that's fine. This isn't a sneaking mission. Stealth is optional. So I think that's gonna be fine. But I do need to alert it because that's gonna affect slightly how the idle is gonna work. I mean, having said that, maybe it just would be better if it was its own thing, but whatever. Okay, anyway, let's go with these. I can now, in idle... Wait, I needed the range. This is gonna be different on each class, so let's make protected float. I should rename these two. Underscore current health. Underscore max health. And this is gonna be aggro radius, or maybe it's not aggro radius as much as more like what's a good word for it? Like an area, like sensing, sensu bean radius. No, aggro. Sensing radius. No, let's keep aggro radius. That's fine. Circle, ring. No, it's more the aggro part. I'm thinking like if I should change that word to something, but I think that's fine. Let's start it as. Wait, let's quickly look in Unity. I guess 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's try like 7 for now. No, let's do like 5 because we need it for testing first. Right. So in idle, we're gonna check if player, what did I name it? Underscore player? Underscore player. If I want to calculate a distance, is it like, so player dot transform dot position, so the player's position minus transform position, so this enemy's position, that's gonna be like that. If that is, the distance is smaller or equal, smaller or equal to aggro radius. then was that an error? Oh, yeah, so it's a point. I'm trying to compare a point in space to a float, to a number. So I think I have to put these in brackets. And then the whole sentence is going to be dot magnitude, returns the length of this vector, I think. Yeah. So the length of that player's position minus the enemy's position, that's length is going to be compared against the acro radius. Let's just do a quick debug.log. Player found. And we're going to see if that works. Yeah. Now the enemy needs some references. It needs the player. I think that's it. Actually, no, that's not going to work because nothing's calling the idle update. Interestingly, I have to Google this because I don't know what happens in. Let's go Unity. Do both the base class and the derived class run update? Maybe C# instead. I don't know if they do that. Oh, there's a discussion there. Let's look at this. Public class base character. Protected virtual void update. I have a class called base character that inherits from mono behavior and a player class that inherits from base character. I want both these classes to call the update method. Unfortunately, only the update method of the base character is being called. I'm new to C#. Right, so they're doing the private void. And they only see the message from the player who is in the current child of the mono behavior. So they only get this one, right? I guess that makes sense. Because this is private. Right, so they're doing the base done update. So if you want to call both, do we need to call both? That's where the movement. Wait, no, that's my. This is my class. What? No, we're not really using it. We are using awake. I don't know how that works if the enemy is the derived class. Would this whole class have to be virtual? I don't know. No. I think we are fine if we just look for player. This is where we left off. Wait, now we're doing it in idle update. I'm actually, hold on. Let's cut that from there and put it in here because we already made a function for it. And this is going to be a protected void. So the child can call it too. Look for player. Does it still work in this? Yeah, that's still the enemy minus position magnitude. Yeah, that should still work. What's calling all of these? Right, that's what I was thinking. So, thank you for the follow, Malta. You smart? No, I'm not smart. Definitely not. So we need something that runs these. And I think that has to be the child object that runs them. What's the ball? The ball adds a little clown nose for me for, was it 5 or 10 minutes? Little silly clown nose. I kind of worded it a little deceptively. Honk. Thank you. Thank you for the ball. Honk honk. So if we just do update here, private void update. But maybe we like plan ahead and we do protected void update. The Unity message update is empty. So in case we need to do something for both classes, like the parent or the base class and the derived, we can do that. And this is now saying hides inherited member update. Use the new keyword if hiding was intended. So this would be private override. Oh god. Cannot override inherited member because it is not marked virtual. Did we not? What did we call it? Virtual? Cannot be private. So does protected virtual work? Protected virtual void update. Okay. And then this is gonna be protected override void. Okay. These are public though. Can I make them? I guess I can't make them private. No, they would need to be protected as well. Okay, let's just copy that and just paste it. Can I do it like this and then, yep. Oh god. What's the problem here? Because they're public. Ooh, but they don't really need public access, so we could just make protected all of them. There we go. It just took a while. Bam. So right, this weird protected override void update function called every frame. Okay. So we need some kind of call. There's a couple of ways you could check for time here, but I think I'm just gonna do a private one in the child class and just, or am I? No, because that's something every class needs, right? I could have... No, let's just do a simple one here. We can be like private float tick time and private float no, we only need one. We only need one. Just woke up from a dream of you controlling my hush to need brain. Oh my goodness. We only need one. Do you ever go snooping around abandoned buildings? I used to when I was a kid, actually. I thought that was pretty cool, you know? The thrill of it. Custom code and everything. Oh my goodness. Hope that was a fun dream. Okay. It's a private float. Maybe we should actually expose this so we can change it. Serialize field. There's a lot of cool stuff in them. For real, actually. I've even explored some ruins as well. You know, like really old buildings that are like from like way back, like stone frames. And I found like, I think some kind of like old metal object that broke off. Okay, Akuma. Get some good sleep. Get a sense of connection between the previous occupants and yourself. In a way, yeah. It feels a little weird too, like when you're there and you realize that there have been other people here like way before, you know. It's kind of wild. I think we can. Let's give this some default value, maybe. No, we can do that in the editor. Anyway. Finding needles. I guess that depends on your area and stuff, but yeah. It can be dangerous. Let's see. I think I'm gonna make so every update should be first increase it. No, first we're gonna decrease it. So tick time. Does it work if I just go minus equals time to delta time? And then we check if tick time equals, so this equals. No, we have to be less than, if it's less than or equal to 0. Then this block happens. So tick it down and then we see if something happens. And in this case, the tick is gonna check for what did we call it? Look for player. And then after that, it's gonna make tick time is gonna be Actually, right. We can't use the same one because we've already said it. So instead, I'm just gonna make another serialized field, private float, and let's call this tick interval. That's the one we're gonna set ourselves. And then tick time is the one that's gonna be the current time. Let's name it to, oh shit. Whoops. Let's rename this to current tick time. And then it's going to be set back to tick interval. So we're going to reduce time from tick time. And if it goes below 0, I think this needs an awake function. But we already use awake here. So I guess we could do the same one here where it's protected virtual void. And then we're gonna have protected override void awake. And it is gonna call the base one. It is gonna call the base one first. And then it's gonna do its own thing, which is gonna be current tick time is gonna be the tick interval. So as soon as this starts, or awakes this script, it's gonna set the tick interval into the maximum one, and then it's gonna start ticking it down until the timer goes to 0, and then it's gonna run whatever is inside here. Although that should be an idle. And that's just in the regular update. We could also just have that as like, anytime the tick happens, that's when the enemy decides to do anything. I suppose that could work. Okay, this is gonna be a little weird, but let's see. So I'm gonna remove that. And this framework still works. So every second the tick is gonna happen. And when the tick is going to happen, we're gonna do a switch statement. I forgot how these work though, so let's quickly look at the template. C# switch statement. I just need some like random picture here. So they're doing it so that switch and then the condition and then the cases. Switch variable. So we can do switch our state and then case for each different state. Right, that's gonna work. Switch. I like keeping spaces there. So this statement is gonna be our state. Was this in a block? Yeah, it's all in a block. Like that. So case state dot none. Do they need break? I guess they need break so they can end the case there. And then we put the non-update in there. So every time the tick goes down, we check our state. And depending on which state we are, we're going to run that state's update. Case state idle. Why is it in a different row though? Do they need... It does have break. What am I missing here? Do I need to do the break here? Maybe it just doesn't automatically go there? Oh, that's the wrong one. I mean, that works. So I could just copy this. And let's do that. Now, there might be easier ways of doing this, but whatever. Guarding, planning, moving. And then we got attacking, abilitying, and dying. Dying. I think this is still like relatively simple, probably. And then we have to switch these to correct ones. Guarding update. Planning update, moving update, attacking update, abilitying update. It's gonna kill me every time inside. So that's the update. Every tick, we calculate a tick, and when tick happens, we're gonna do whichever state we are in, that state's update. And then the break means it's just gonna, I think, exit out of this loop probably. And then we're gonna do tick interval. We're gonna reset the time back to the original, so the tick calculations can start again. Right, now I can shrink this. It's all in there though. Idle update. So we're gonna look for player here. Bam. And now I think that should work. Are there any references we needed to have? There are, because the enemy currently has the enemy controller script, but we need the enemy grunt script. It still gets the scale offset and player. Okay, so we can probably, I'm gonna just disable it for now and not remove it. Scale offset is gonna be mesh offset. The player is gonna be the player, and tick interval. I'm assuming this is seconds. So let's put it to 1. Oh boy. I made so much code, now I'm kind of nervous. Let's see. Actually, we have no way of knowing if anything's happening. Wait, we should be. We should be seeing that. Let's, for this one, let's just make, if the current tick time is 0, then I'm gonna just make a debug log. Tick, so we know a tick happened. Let's see if that is at least happening. Tick, 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 tick. Yep, it's happening once every second. It's not detecting me though, but it's not throwing any errors either. Let's try to figure out why. So ticks are happening. Look for player. If player found. Maybe I'm calculating this wrong. Let's do else debug log player not found. I mean, this is probably gonna show up anyway, but you know, I want to see if this works because it's like flipping up and down. Or maybe that would also have to be a virtual tick. Yeah, so it's not even doing that. It's not doing either one of these. So something's wrong. This is a protected void. Should we just turn that into No. I don't like the idea that everything would have to be a virtual. Player transformation, transform that position minus. Do they have to be the other way around? No, but none of these happened. I want to see if this even gets called first. Looking for player. If that doesn't happen, then something's very wrong. What's our radius actually? It's 5. Okay, so it's not that. That's not the issue. Let's see if this now gets called. No, so it doesn't call the thing at all. Look for player. Look for player. Oh my god, it doesn't look for it because we are not in the idle state. We are in the none state. It's fun to like realize these. Do we even need a non-state? I guess it's safe to have there. But let's just in the awake just do it quick and dirty and just assign the state to state.idle. So now we go into the idle state, and now it should call that, oops, idle state. Looking for player, player found. What if we go further away? Player not found. Let me see where the radius is. It's somewhere around, it's around here. That seems about like 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm assuming it doesn't care about line of sight currently. No, it doesn't. Okay. Small steps. Right. So currently we're just looking for that if we are in the radius. If we are in the radius, If we are in the radius, this is when the enemy would have to do like, I'll remove that line. But this is where the enemy would have to do a ray cast to see if it has a line of sight. So, if physics.raycast casts a ray from point origin in direction of length max distance against all colliders in the scene. Right. So origin point would be raycast. Okay. Origin point would be transform that position. So from, it's going to be a problem if it's across the floor. Maybe that interrupts it. What if we do transform is the, sorry, I flipped into Finnish. I said piste instead of dot. Transform dot position times, wait, no, plus does it work with plus? Vector 3 dot up times 0.1. Oh, that's the wrong button. So what the sentence does is it's going to first calculate this one because it's a multiplication. I'll go like this so we can see. Ignore this part, it's just pre-filling everything. So it's going to be transform vector 3 dot up times 0.1. So it's going to, vector 3 point up is going to be 1 up in world Y. So 0, 1, 0. And I'm multiplying that by 0.1, so we're going to get 0.1 off the ground. So it's going to be the enemy's position plus 0.1 off the ground. So it's not completely across the ground anymore. And so that's the origin point. Then we need a direction, and the direction is going to be, I guess that is just our player that transformed the position. And then we need max distance. That's going to be our, I think that's going to be our acro radius. And then a layer mask. That's optional though. And we don't need to take any info from this because we're just checking if no. No, it's not that. Because this is like, we're just casting it. And if it hits a wall, then it's going to return true. So do we have to do not? Or... where do I put the out hit in that? Let's check real quick. Oh god, the browser froze. Unity raycast. Let's see. You saw that too? Yeah. How do I out a hit? They make a raycast hit. Transform. It's after the direction you out it. Okay. So out hit. Oh god, but we don't have a hit, so raycast hit. There we go. We're gonna make a raycast hit, and we're gonna create a raycast from the enemy's position plus 0.1 of the ground toward the player. And anything we're gonna hit, or the first thing we're gonna hit, we're gonna out into the hit we created. And our max radius is the accurate radius. And now that we know what we hit, we have to check if hit dot try. Wait. What is the type? It's a raycast hit. The collider? Hit.collider.try get component player controller. What's the error here? There's no argument given. If hit collider. Oh, I have to out the out? Do I need to out it? I'm just checking if the target that we hit has the component. Out to none? No, that's not a. Out player controller player. I guess I could remove this and simplify it, right? No, I can't. I can't. So on the hit we found, we're gonna check its collider and try to get component from it of type player controller. And if we can, we're gonna out it to player. So if we did find the player, that means player found. That's when the player gets found. It's very complex. I don't think we need this though. This was just for debugging. Now that the player is found, what happens then? That's I guess they would be alerted. No. Maybe we make just like a little protected bool of. Wait, non-idle guarding, planning, moving. Actually, this function is only looking for the player. And if it finds the player, should this be a type of bool? Or do we ever need to actually get the play? No, I don't think we ever need to get the player script. So this is just gonna look for the player. If hit collider try get component. This is tries to get the component, I think. So if it doesn't have it, it's not gonna throw any errors, I think. So we would have to just return true. Unreachable code, right? Return stops the entire, like, I think the whole function here. Let's put that before it then. Like that. And this is going to throw me an error because not all code paths return a value. If player transform position, they are in the radius. And we're going to do this. Hit raycast. There's a lot of return falses I have to type. If no, I can just go return false because that's it. Oh, right. Yeah, that's just that. Never mind. So this first if statement, if it fails, it goes here. The second one, if physics raycast, if we don't hit anything, it returns here because it exits this block and goes back here. And same with this one. So it just works with that. Hey, perfect. Now it's going to return one or the other. So idle update. This is going to return a value, so we can use this differently now. So we can be like, in idle update, if look for player, so if player was found, because it's going to return true. I should add some like descriptions to that if I just remembered how to do that. But anyway, if look for player, if player found, we're gonna change, not underscore change, I'm dumb. We're gonna go state equals state is it gonna go into planning state? I think so, right? I think the enemy is gonna go to the planning state. And that's gonna derive, I think that means we do need some kind of like, hold on. Is planning something they do every, like moving and planning, is that something they do on the regular? Idle state for the planning. Yeah, I'm thinking this idle state is going to change into planning once the player is found. But I'm also thinking, is the regular roaming just going to be like idle planning? Like, do they go to planning regardless if they found the player and moving? Attacking, ability, and dying are probably going to be like, Yeah, so that's the, yeah, so the planning phase is going to have a randomized amount how long they're going to plan, and then they're going to start moving toward their next target location. Just like old beat 'em ups. I think we need, okay, is alerted. We can use this. But it's not going to be is alerted. It's going to be sees play. That's sees. That's a I don't like that word. Can see player. Can see player. But that's basically doing the same thing. Is alert. Let's go is alerted. Right. This is going to slightly complicate this in a way that look for player. Oh, you know what we can do? Over here, we can go like, if player was found, then is alerted true. So we also changed this variable that we're looking for. Or do we even have to look for the player this way? I mean, even another thing I didn't consider is, what if they lose sight of player? Can they actually stop following you? No, I think they're gonna follow you indefinitely in this game, right? So if you aggro someone, that's on you for the rest of the game. So that would mean that is pretty much an idle update. They would never go back into idle. If look for player. I don't think this has to be a boolean then. This could just be if look for player. If player is found, they just never go back to this. I might need idle planning to make this more simple, but for now, let's just go with this. So they're gonna look for the player. I might make this back to void and remove these returns, because it's gonna, this function itself is gonna just change that. And they're always gonna start alerted as false. Unless we specifically tell them otherwise, I guess. The player found is alerted true. Actually, now we would have to be like, it worked like that perfectly. So maybe we just still want to use that. Because that's the beauty of this, where void to bool. What do you mean? Oh, it just took a while. So right, it's just gonna look for player. If it found the player, it's gonna do this. If not, it's just gonna continue. There's an even shorter way we could write this, because it doesn't really care about the spacing. So we could do it like this. Oh, it's just the one line there. If look for player, and if true, there's also like, I forgot what the statement is called, but you put like a question mark, and it's kind of like a super shortened left hand, right hand, like true or false. But this works for us. It's gonna go into planning, and during planning, it's just gonna because this is like, I was thinking, do we need this? But we kind of do, because this is the one that breaks the moving. So the enemy is going to start moving somewhere, like have a target position, but they might stop randomly. They might stop randomly and rethink where they want to go, probably. So this would have to like interrupt the moving. But how do we give it a random chance of happening? Having another tick interval would work, but What kinds of states do we need to interrupt with the planning? I guess attacking is something that they're gonna commit to. That's the act of attacking. An ability, same thing. That's the act of it. So the only thing they really have to stop is moving. I think once they're in combat, they're gonna just alter planning, moving, until they're in a range of doing either attack or ability. So it's just gonna flip flop between those two. Unless it's all just inside the moving update. I'm thinking something like the planning update. I'm not using the nav mesh yet, so this is gonna be really weird. That's also something I've used once, so I have to delve deeper into the nav mesh. That's basically like the area where the AI can navigate. So I have to delve deeper into that. Let's see though. Planning update. My brain is starting to fizzle. We've done a lot. I do want to test the moving though. Tick time could work. What if we just roll a what if we roll a random number, and if it's like a certain % chance of happening, then the enemy stops? But no, that wouldn't work, because unless we just like increase the number every now and then. Let me see. Let's get some ideas from Google. Unity random interval. Let's just see what this has. Returns a random float with min inclusive, max inclusive. If min inclusive is greater than max inclusive, then the numbers are automatically swapped. Random dot range. Right. What is this one then? You generate a random timer with the same random range you're already using. It's one solution. Right, we just need a random timer. Okay. I guess that's the easiest way to do that. That's gonna be here too. That's the tick time for the entire thing. And I suppose for this other one, we would need serialized field, private float, plan interval, same length, current plan time. but we would need... Okay, Artie, no problem. Let's go. Let's do this twice, and we're actually going to have plan interval max and min and the current plan time. So in what happens after attacking? After attacking, they go into the planning update. And then the planning figures what they're going to do next. Only moving gets interrupted. They might decide... Oh, right. I was going to say they might decide to idle and to stand there, but no, that's the planning update. That's the... Okay, I have to think of this a little differently. So only the moving gets interrupted, which means that's where the timer ticks down. Moving update. We don't have any start. We need some kind of location where we set the current one into a random. No, do we need that? That's the current time, so we need a private float. Plan interval. Plan interval. That's the actual... We're going to get a random number between the min and max and assign that to the interval. And other than that, it's going to work the exact same way as that. Maybe we set it at the beginning? Let's do it here too. I think that should work. Plan interval equals not that, but... Oh, it used the wrong one. Hold on. Current plan time equals plan interval. Actually, we don't know that yet. So we're going to do it here as well. So it's going to be random.range. And it's going to be plan interval min for the min inclusive, and plan interval max for the max inclusive. It's going to be random between those two. And then it is now set. And so once you go into the planning is where you just... Is that... Wait. That's how much you have to stay in there, right? Planning your move. But there's two ways of thinking about this. Let me go back here and think. So if the enemy's kind of like... Thank you. My brain. So if the enemy is like moving like this, I would have to calculate, like, if the movement is like predetermined, like here and here, and it like this is where it stops for planning, I would have to know when to start the planning. But if I do it the other way around, where the enemy is just like like it knows where it wants to go, so it's already calculated the path. And the random timer would just stop him randomly. Although, could I use the same timer for both? I think I could. But to fine-tune that, I could have another timer for moving. Oh my god. So private float move interval. Should they always move the same amount? No. Move interval. Current move interval. Let's type timers. So planning. I think he's just gonna wait until the timer goes down. I think. So once you go inside here, now I think it has to be generated before. That's logical, right? So current plan time minus equals time.delta time. So we're gonna minus time from the current plan time. And if current plan time is 0, then something happens. Then you're gonna actually, okay, I'm gonna implement the plan. That's what the plan is gonna happen. Implement. Oh my god, I can't type. Implement the plan. So timer is 0, implement the plan. Otherwise, it's just gonna wait until. And then it's gonna implement the plan. And there's gonna be multiple different versions here, probably, depending. This is like the big one. This is what happens after this timer goes to 0. The enemy is gonna, on that frame, determine what it's gonna do. Like, because the player might have moved. The situation may have changed since entering the planning. Oh, this is where it's gonna plan that. But we're just gonna make it move. So it's gonna go into moving update. So we're just gonna go state equals state dot moving. And for good measure, I think anytime we enter a state, that's when we want, like, we're going to change our state. And that's going to be the final thing we're going to do. So before that, implement the plan, and this is example. The moving current move interval, even though this is planning, but this is preparing the move update. Current move interval equals random.range, and it's going to give it a random range of move interval min. Between move interval min and move interval max. Just like before. What is this? Random range. Whoops, okay, there's too many there. Okay. So it's gonna give a random timer between the minimum and maximum move intervals, and then it's gonna change into moving. And this is gonna do the same thing, so current move. Wait. Plan time? Current. Where's the current move time? Current move time. I put interval on that as well. That's my bad. So current time, same thingy. If current move time is less or equal to 0, this is actually, this is the part where it doesn't implement the movement. This is where it this is actually where it exits it. I suppose we could start this sentence by implementing the move logic, and this is the exit statement. So over here it's gonna do pretty much the same thing as here, but it's gonna go exit statement to planning state. I'll just say exit to planning state. And this is gonna change at the current plan time is gonna be between plan interval min and plan interval max. And the state is gonna go into planning. And the move logic itself, we probably know our target, or do we? I think for now we can just move towards the player. So how do we move this? We don't even have the character controller for this. Players. So we need, let's put it here, protected character controller, enemy CC, let's call it that. And in awake, before that, we're gonna get enemy CC equals get component character controller. So now we have reference to that. And now we can go over here and say CC, enemy CC dot move motion. And our motion is gonna be target first. So target position. Let's just go player directly. Player position minus transform position. That's going to be the vector. And I'm going to add that to brackets so that gets calculated first, because the next step is times. I'll just put 1f for now, but that needs to be movement speed, times time dot delta time. And let's go add a movement speed. Hey, Hendrik. Protected float. Move speed. Yeah, doing pretty good. I'm getting a little hungry though. I might need to get some food soon. I have been streaming for almost 5 hours. Oh my god. So this is gonna be move speed. Oh, I'm sorry. I just got so into this. Okay, so let's see. Now we need to fill these references and stuff. Tick interval. That's gonna be 1 second for each tick. Plan interval. They're gonna plan for 0.5, between 0.5 and 1. And they're gonna move for about like minimum of, let's say, 1 to 3 seconds. Oh god, does this work? Gasp. Is not moving. Okay, we need to do some checking on this. He's plotting. Wait, what's moving us into the next state? Look for play if state is planning. So if we find the player, we're going to go into the planning. Let's do something and call debug.log idle update. I want to see which state it goes into, or which states it's running the code for. Okay. Come on, console. Idle update, idle update. So it's permanently an idle update. If look for player is true, then state should be planning. Let me also break this down like this. And this switch statement is checking if state is planning, then planning update should happen. Right. So that should work. That shouldn't be the problem. Maybe something is wrong with our look for player. Did it print the player found? I kind of missed that part. No, it did not. It's also not throwing us any errors, which is weird. Capsule collider. Let's try this again. Let's put this here and say player not found. Okay. Do we at least get that so we know if the code is running? Player not found. Yep, it's happening every frame. Acro radius should be 5. Also, we have nothing for movement speed, so let's put like we had 10, so let's put like 5, so it's half of that. But this worked, right? Raycast from the enemy's position, 0.1 off the ground. And then direction is player transform position. And we out the hit. And maximum radius is acro radius. Then we go try get component from the hits collider of type player controller. Then we out that, even though we're not using it. To turn is alerted true. So do we even need is alert anymore? Maybe for the future coding. Why is this not working? Let's see which one of these is not working. Found a collision. So that's gonna return player not found. If this returns true, it's gonna return found collision. Oh, tell me there's some weird stuff going on now. It's nothing but player not found. Found collision. It's finding the wall. Wait, found collision. It's finding a collision. But is it what? The weirdest part is it's finding some kind of collision now. But it's still saying player not found. Player controller. That's us. What the heck is the issue? I don't understand. Shrink your balls, disappear. Hmm. Is trigger? Oh my god, is that it? No, wait, that's the capsule collider that I don't even need. Nor the old enemy controller. It's also in the default layer, so that shouldn't affect it. I don't understand. This is still running it though. The look for player here. Hit. Raycast hit. I'm confident it was able to find us even without the even without the collider, because I think, didn't we see that it was like just dependent if the, or maybe it actually needs us to have that. What if we add a collider to us? Capsule collider of 2 in height and 1 offset. Let's see. No, it still doesn't do that. Wait. Player found. Now it's in the planning update. How long are you in the planning update? Help. Yeah, now it was stuck in planning. So somehow it saw us, but... Wait, what? Current plan time minus that. If current plan time is less or equal to 0, then do that. Which is current move time and state is moving. So it should change the state. He's just a little slow. That's true. What did we set for that? Plan interval is 0.5. Did I not use the random range correctly? Is inclusive. So anything inside that, I think. Both the lower and upper bounds are inclusive. Any given float value between them, including both min inclusive and max inclusive, will appear on average approximately once every 10 million random samples. Okay. So I think I'm using that correctly at least. Why does it not switch? Planning update is changing the state to state moving, which it should do. Yeah, my model goes like super bright up from the screen color. Why is this happening? It only finds me here for some reason. And now it's forever stuck in planning. But why? But why? I suppose one way we could see this is we add the serialize field here so we can actually debug what the current plan time is. Let's put that on all of them just so we can see. Hold on, it's compiling. We're gonna leave those interval and those at 0. Why is it being reduced so super slow? Look at that. Oh my god, I know why. I know why. It's because these updates only happen once every tick. So I'm like, these aren't happening every second. So like, oh my god, no wonder it's moving so slow. I think I have to do it over here. I think I have to do it them over here. So I would have to get like, this would happen. Oh god. Oh god. So I would have to dig this out and put it here. Current plan time. And remove that. Oh my god, there's so many layers here now. I have to keep track of everything. But now it's doing that for all of these, which is a problem, and I don't want this, so we might need another switch statement. But it can't be inside this one because it's gonna use the wrong tick time. Let's just do this. Private void tick the timers. So that's gonna happen here. That's gonna be a little more easy to understand. I'll take all of those out and put that there. So now they're basically happening at the same time. But the timers are gonna be ticked. And the main tick time happens every time. But then we're gonna have a, I'm actually gonna just copy this one. We have that, we need to have that exact same thing. Without these updates. In place of these updates, we don't need this many. Some of these don't have anything, so we can just do instant breaks. Actually, I don't think we need a switch statement then. Because those are the only timers we have, so we would need just a regular if state equals state dot moving, then this happens. And above that, if state, oh god, that's outside, state equals state dot planning, then this plan time happens. Like that. So what this does is, I guess I didn't need to put that in a separate thing, but this happens every time, the main tick. And then if we are in the planning, then the planning time goes down. If we are in the moving time goes down. Jeez. Why are we not using the move interval for anything? Moving, planning. Wait, did I do something wrong here? Current move time. What is that even? Do I even need that? Because I'm not even using that for anything. I don't think I even need that. Or that. Current plan time, I don't need that exposed. So it would just be that. Because I give the current one a random between those two. And then when you enter the planning, I guess the move should also get a something at the current move time equals random dot range, not random range, but random range. Move interval min. Move interval max. So now we go over here. There's a planning update. This is where the plan happens. Exit to move. Moving state. It's going to give the current move time of the random range, and it's going to change into moving. I think that's going to now fix it. It's moving, but very slowly. Okay, hold on. It's moving slowly because it's actually, this is happening every tick too. Darn. Darn. I suppose the tick rate could just be like a constant thing that happens. It's a slow pill, yeah. So I can't have... This is just the logic, right? It's using the tick rate for all of these, so they're gonna do whatever they want and then stop. My brain. I know the reason. It's because the movement logic here is also in the super slow tick rate. I think these should happen outside the tick rate, actually. I think the timer should only happen for... Maybe that should be a scout timer or idle timer. I think that should be... Let's change that. Idle interval. Current idle time. Now they're all in the same namespace. And if we go over here, we can move this whole shebang out of this statement now. Because these are going to happen, the updates are going to happen every second. Is that good? They're just going to use their update, but they don't have to have heavy implementations of code inside them. You just have to remember that. So this just needs if state equals state.idle, then this happens. I could even make it more simple and something like that. Have enough spaces so they're like line up. The computer doesn't care about spaces. Idle moves idle time, planning time, moving move time. Computer is baseless. For real. Although something still has to reset that idle timer, and I think that's gonna be the idle update. So just like that, debug.log idle update. Now they're exactly the same as that other one. Oh, we already had that. So we're gonna check if the timer is less than that, and if it is, then we're gonna look for the player, because that's when the tick happens. And then we're just gonna reset that timer. Wait, no, the reset has to happen regardless, so... it's gonna be at the bottom. Shit. Maybe I reduce that. No. Now this is gonna happen every frame. It's gonna check about the timer. Moving, this is gonna happen all the time. That should work. We're gonna take the timers, which really just could be up there though. But let's keep it there for now. Let's hope and pray. Idle interval 1. Let's see how this works. Why is it not finding me anymore? Actually, is that why it was doing the... It couldn't find me earlier because it was waiting for the tick. But now, if we are in the idle state, then the idle time will be reduced. That should work. It should look for me every second. If current idle time less than or equals 0, then look for the player. And turn into planning. Oh wait, no. This is in the wrong spot. This is always resetting it. So that does have to be there. My bad. Now, I don't see any reasons why it shouldn't work. Mouse, come on. Player not found. Whoa! Help! Whoa! Boing! He's so fast! Help! Help me! Oh, I lost him. No! He's a fucking chaser. It's a rubber band moment because he took them, like he stopped behind that wall and then I'm like flinging him across. Boing. I think I know the problem here, and that's just the, because I'm just taking the vector between the enemy. That should be an easy fix if I can do that super quick. All I need is move speed, and we just need a protected float move speed max. Actually, isn't my move speed the move speed max anyway? Can't I just calculate it from there? Or is it the length? Oh, does this has to be like normalized? Wait, not that. The entire thing has to be normalized. So I'm just getting the direction vector, which is like 1 on the player direction, and then we're multiplying it by movement speed over time. I think that's how I'm supposed to do this. Although there might be one fundamental problem with this, and I'm doing everything in update. I don't know if the character controller needs fixed update. Oh, look at that. Currently it's moving directly towards the player, but that's fine. That's so cool. Look at that. Help. They stop for a random duration. They really want to get in there. I could even make it wait, plan interval. Let's give them like a 3-second maximum of planning. Now they can like be a little more. I guess the minimum move could also be 0.5. Now it should be more random. Like that, just a little movement. Let's make the planning still like, I don't know, like 1.5 maximum. Seems a little more random now, I think. I like that. That's actually super cool. I can't believe I did all this in the first stream. This doesn't look like anything like the game I have in my head, because this is just the Unity capsules and stuff though. Pop, 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 pop. Delete. But hey, I'm glad we did this. I can actually continue from here next time. It's a start, that's true. Oh, my goodness. Paint also helps if you ever need to visualize any problems, you know. Good stuff, good stuff. I'm surprised how well I was able to code after all. I was a little nervous at first. Thank you. This is a super long stream now. Give me a sec. Change my monitor. Was the music perhaps a little too low? Perhaps. You had music on? Exactly. Exactly. Okay, though. Let me mute that playlist. And go back to this. Yeah, I had it too low. That's my bad. No, sorry, that was just super quiet on the stream. Bum, bum, bum. Good stuff, good stuff. I forgot Artie also did like one concept art. I'm not gonna show it on stream yet, but I want to take a better look at that. Artie did a little concept art for the character. I thought it looked really funny and cute. I might show that when the time is more relevant. You start getting more design ideas in your head? Ooh. Did you kind of like get my idea from the angle and everything though? Like I guess the camera angle and more like how the game is probably gonna end up looking like, just based off of what I did today. Fuzzy hair part of the helmet. Ooh. I can't believe I hyper focused for 5 hours. What the hell? I still have to Google a lot though, and you know, that's perfectly fine, especially if you have to look up like the API for Unity. Yeah. Anyway, unfortunately, we could only have one of these streams because yesterday was a nightmare for me. All the technical difficulties. But anyway, we can do more next week. I want to see what we can do because honestly, I just had a blast doing this. I don't know how it was looking at this. Maybe it's going to start getting more interesting once we, you know, do more stuff. I don't know. Paprika Black. Okay. Where? I can't see them. Oh god, it's one of these people. Artie. Banish them to the Shadow Realm. Bum, ba-dum, bum. He has been banished. Thank you. Bum, 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 now, now, now. Banishment complete. Okay. So, that was the final stream for this week, but I'm gonna see what we can do next week. I'll post the schedule again on probably Monday, most likely. And we can also do the community the game next week. But yeah, thank you all for joining. I hope you had a fun time, and I'll catch you guys next time. Take care, everybody. Bye. 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 End. Thanks for watching.